the elected member from Newlands. Continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just before we took the break, or just as we took the break, I was going through the actual bill, and just pointing out a few areas where I have concerns. Almost done. Throughout the bill, I see references to the guidance that is supposed to be issued. I'm not sure if this guidance has been completed and is available, but in my estimation, the bill would be the law would be effective without the guidance, so perhaps we could get some confirmation on that as well. But Mr. Speaker, finally, in going through the clauses in the bill, and in particular, I'm looking at the clause that gives the Cabinet the authority to make regulations, which would be clause 15. The Cabinet may make regulations, and if we look down at 15.3, regulations made under this law may create an offense punishable by a fine not exceeding $10,000. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a real concern with this, because we are giving Cabinet, and this is any Cabinet, not just this Cabinet, but the authority to create essentially a criminal offense. However, the regulations to this law do not require a vote in the legislature to be approved. What I consider this, Mr. Speaker, is to be legislating in the shadows, so to speak, because we are giving Cabinet the authority to create a criminal offense without going through the democratic process. So when you think about that, if we were making changes to the penal code, we would bring those changes here in a bill, we would debate them, there would be consultation. What this does effectively is bypass all of that, bypass the democratic process, and it's not even subject to an affirmative vote in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. I can't support that on its own. It is completely undemocratic, and I don't encourage that the government proceed with this bill with that worded this way. I think one simple solution would be to make it subject to an affirmative vote in this legislature. But I really can't vote for this bill with that being in there. We just returned from the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, negotiating with the UK government to essentially try to prevent them overreaching and legislating for us. It's the same principle I think applies when we look at these regulations. We don't want to create a local situation here where Cabinet, any Cabinet, not just this Cabinet, can do the same thing. I think when you make especially criminal offenses, they have to pass through this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. So that I would consider something that needs to be changed. Either we remove that ability from the bill, that clause from the bill, or we change the bill to say that the regulations need to be voted on in this legislature. Either one of those two would suffice to fix the problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was actually the last point in the bill that I wanted to bring to the government's attention. And before I sit down, I will say this, Mr. Speaker. I understand, as I said earlier, the gravity of the situation, the urgency, because it's been artificially brought on by outside forces. And of course, we have to respond and we have to do what we can to protect our financial services. But I would ask the government, Mr. Speaker, to not be so hasty sometimes in how we respond to these threats, because if you look at what is happening now in the EU, there's turmoil there. Greece has had their share of problems in Italy, and now we see recently what has been going on in France and Spain. The EU has now turned its focus on the United States, and in the midst of this, there's Brexit and the departure of the United Kingdom from the EU. I think given a matter, just a little patience, and giving this some time, and I don't like to wish the downfall of anyone, but given what is going on currently within the EU, I think they have their share of problems, and in due time, we will probably see even more unraveling of what it is they're trying to do. They've focused on the United States. My advice would be let Donald Trump deal with them for a little while. But I don't see that we need to rush to put all this in place overnight. Yes, we could vote on this legislation, but we don't have to immediately gazette it, bring it into effect. We can take some time to plan the way forward. Mr. Speaker, you made an excellent start when you commissioned that report that I spoke about earlier. That was about 10 years ago. We need that sort of planning, level of planning, where we plan for the next 20 years for this jurisdiction, for this country. We need to take stock of what is happening internationally. We can't be complacent. We can't sit back and do nothing. But I think that a lot of these threats are merely threats. And we have to stop treating all the threats the same way and evaluate each one on its own merit and severity. With that said, Mr. Speaker, the government, I think, knows that I stand behind their efforts to support our financial services, and that the opposition can be counted on to show up and do what we have to do to work together. I hope that my concerns about the late invitation to the table for the opposition have been noted, and in the future that we can avoid those sorts of situations by agreeing ahead of time that issues like this we work hand in hand on. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address this honorable House, and thank all members for listening. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The member from Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give some short comments and contribution to this topic that is so very important to Cayman Islands' future. I want to start off with some positives, Mr. Speaker, and then hopefully end off with some concerns, not necessarily negatives. Mr. Speaker, if this bill and the subsequent bills coming afterwards are done in a proper way with good guidance by the Honorable Minister and this administration, and we are successful with navigating ourselves through the murky waters of the financial world, this can potentially be a good benefit to the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, for the average person who may be listening at home, substance and the relevance to this bill basically means they need to have somebody on island to manage the affairs of these thousands of companies that is referred to in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, we know, based on the type of economy that we have, trickle-down economics start to come into play. So there's many potential benefits to this administration, to the people of the Cayman Islands, and I would like to take this opportunity to just talk about a few of them from a positive standpoint, if all goes well with this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, you've heard some other members speak about having a person here in a work permit, but we haven't talked about the consumption of goods that all of these individuals have to have if, in fact, we have a large influx of persons who are not from the Cayman Islands. Because though we do have unemployment, Mr. Speaker, what is expected or could potentially be the amount of people necessary to fit the requirements of substance, we still, even if we hired every single Caymanian, would never address the needed employment for these. Neither do we have, I believe, based on the expertise needed, have the enough expertise here on island, even though it would be a positive story to have every Caymanian employed. So, Mr. Speaker, if this is done correctly, and if substance, though we've yet to get a true full definition of what that means, and it's understandable, as time passes, we'll get a more refined view of that, but that in itself is a concern, and I'll deal with that later on. But the substance in its basic format right now, Mr. Speaker, means that there's going to have to be people in the Cayman Islands living here, working here, consuming here. And for us that all know about our economy, work permits, or there's fees to that, which the government already derives a lot of money for the core government in that respect. And if we're talking about thousands, if not tens of thousands of potential persons having to be here to fulfill the commitments of these new bills, that could be a potential benefit from a revenue. And then obviously those persons will have to live somewhere. For those Caymanians who have rental apartments, it could be beneficial to them. From the Customs Department, they will make income because the more people who are here have to consume more foods and goods and services and the like, small businesses could benefit. So the trickle-down element is there, and there's a good opportunity for this government to make good of something that could potentially be something really terrible. But, Mr. Speaker, that's as far as I can go with the positives for now. Because in order to assess the situation properly, I think there needs to be some accurate definitions of expectations. And substance itself is one of them. Because though the positive trickle-down effect of persons coming into your jurisdiction, if we don't plan appropriately for those types of influxes, it could also be damaging to our local environment. So for example, Mr. Speaker, let's just say in order to meet the requirement of substance, though we don't know the full definition of it yet, means that there's going to be 10,000 people in the Cayman Islands within, say, the next year or even two. What does that mean for the infrastructure of the Cayman Islands? What does that mean for traffic on the roads of the Cayman Islands, which is pretty heavy at the moment? I was just doing some Christmas shopping the other day, and it took me 1 hour to just get through Georgetown. What does that say about the schools? Because one would assume that some of these professionals that are here may bring their family and loved ones as well. So there's a number of negative trickle-down effects as well. And one of my concerns that came to my mind, Mr. Speaker, is without true definition of expectations of what this bill intends to do without the negatives of what is perceived to be happening with the European Union or financial services, how are we supposed to plan properly if we don't know exactly what we're planning for? We don't have a figure, a number to say this is going to affect 10,000 companies, and 10,000 of those companies are going to need to have one person in the Cayman Islands with an office. Then we know what to do. We know how to make the necessary moves. We know that there could be an expectation. We can make predictions to say, well, 20% of them may have kids. We need to have some more schools, private sector initiatives for building of schools, or fix our transport that is becoming such a difficult problem in the Cayman Islands. All of these types of information is necessary for us to plan properly to take advantage of a potentially good situation, if there is one in this such bill. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, when I read the bill, particularly like my good colleague, the Deputy Opposition Leader, he highlighted in Section 4 of the bill the ambiguity of the definition of substance. And when you have words like, it has to have adequate, what does adequate mean, Mr. Speaker? What is adequate substance when we don't have a full definition established at this moment? Does that mean 10 people, one person? And Mr. Speaker, without that definition, when we pass this law for the rest of the businesses in the community who are going to be affected by this, Mr. Speaker, how are they to plan when they don't know what the definition means themselves? There's a lot of small businesses. When I say small, I mean it's not the Maples, it's not the Walkers, the big finance companies, but they're smaller mom and pop financial services businesses, if I dare say, that may have 10 or 15 employees there but still contribute to our great industry of financial services. They themselves may not have been involved in the discussion, because I heard a lot of the big names called, but there's a lot of smaller little companies that may have a Caymanian lawyer who decided to branch out on their own that weren't involved in the discussions. At least I didn't hear those names. And they themselves are sitting on the outside, probably not involved in the discussions, quite like the opposition, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, who may not be comforted yet at this moment as to what exactly is going to be expected of them. And I hope that the minister will explain what those expectations are. And if we don't know what the expectations are, Mr. Speaker, that makes the matter a little bit more difficult, because we have to plan in order to make sure that our environment, in our economy, in our budgets and the like are appropriate. But if we don't know what to expect, it's hard to do that. And hence the reason I said, Mr. Speaker, it's potentially a good thing, but we can't even say that. And Mr. Speaker, I was hoping, and I brought this up in the meeting that you heard my good colleague from East End highlighted, that we met with the Chief Officer of Financial Services. And one of the things that was concerning for me is we're deciding to do this, not necessarily because it's something that we wanted to do by way of this bill, but because there was pressures from outside entities for us to do it, and we don't want to be on the blacklist. Fine, understood. But how can we measure whether we should do this or not? And when I say measure, what do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? Because if we don't do this, Mr. Speaker, everybody goes to the blacklist, and we hear about this blacklist, and we know that it's bad. We know it's damaging to our financial services, but nobody can say how bad. But we know that it's very, very bad. But in order to decide to do something, you have to be able to say how bad one thing is compared to how bad something else is. Because, Mr. Speaker, like you've heard from other members here today, people are worried about what this bill itself could potentially do to our financial services market. So who has, or is there a measure of how bad the effects of this bill could potentially be on the local financial services market compared to what the effects of the blacklisting would be. So, for example, being blacklisted can cost us $100 million, Mr. Speaker. But carrying this bill may only cost us $10 million. Where is that measure for people to consume and understand what the government is trying to do? Because, Mr. Speaker, in all honesty, the government may have done the best that they can do in a difficult situation. I genuinely think so. But I'm going to have to trust them with that because, for one, they didn't involve the opposition in any capacity on something that, like my good member, the deputy opposition leader, has said, something that should not be a political football. We should have joined hands together with this from when the negotiations started months ago. Because now we are left, Mr. Speaker, with 12 days and 8 hours of consumption of this bill that can potentially be, one, the death of financial services, or two, potentially another way where government got through the poisons of the forest and made it out on the other end. I don't know, but you can't expect the opposition to come here and say, congratulations, government, this is the best you can do, when we got 12 days to consume it. And I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that throughout all of their discussions over the last 10 months, I believe, that they feel comfortable in their stomach, because I am not, as the representative of Georgetown Central, 12 days for something as major as this is not good enough for me to feel comfortable to say, I'm going to jump on the bandwagon and say yes. And I think it's unfair that the government even comes here and expects us to do that with 12 days. To see something as important as this bill and the potential positives or potential negatives of this bill is ludicrous in my mind, to be honest with you. And I think that the opposition, along with myself as the independent member of the House, have indicated that there's some things that there won't be politics with. Education and financial services have been repeated a number of times. So, Mr. Speaker, ultimately there's some concerns that I have. One, what the definition of substance is. So those small mom and pop financial services businesses can actually know, because I know many of them may not have been exposed like the big boys have. And though the big boys have the substantial share of the market, and they deservingly should be there, and the names that I've heard called are very respectable names in the financial services industry. And I know that they've given good contributions to the discussion. But what I didn't hear, Mr. Speaker, is that they are now in agreement with the final bill, because those persons that were mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we heard that they've given contribution to back and forth discussions about it, but I didn't hear the minister say that after all of that dialogue back and forth, that all of those names are in full support. And Mr. Speaker, me and you can have a discussion about a matter for 10 years. That don't mean that when we finish talking about it that we're in agreement. So I would like actually for the government to get, in order to make me feel a little more comfortable, particularly because I'm not a master of financial services, that the industry leaders in the Cayman Islands, like those names that have been called, are actually giving the government their support on what the final outcome of this bill is, because we've heard about so many different drafts of this bill over the last, I think, if I'm correct, March to now is 10 months. So we've had some time back and forth and good updates to the industry, like the minister has said. But that would give me a level of more comfort, because like some of my good colleagues from the opposition side, I have mixed reviews, Mr. Speaker. Some people said, you know, Ken, it's the best that we can do, and we're going to have to deal with it because the outcome of being on the blacklist is worse than what this bill says. But that just tells me that there are concerns about the current bill. So the natural thing is, well, how bad is this bill compared to blacklist? And then that would give the people particularly me as a representative of the people of Georgetown Central, a little bit more comfort to say, yes, the government is making the right decision on this. So at this particular point, the government is coming to me as a member to say, take 12 days to decide whether you're going to support a bill that is so important to this country and expect me to be okay with that. I have my due diligence I have to do as well. And at this particular point, Mr. Speaker, this can be right down the middle. This could be the danger and the death of financial services, or it could be something that we can benefit from in the long term. I don't even know. And I think it's an injustice, not only to me as a representative, not only to the opposition members, but to the democratic scrutiny that is necessary in any democracy to come 12 days before and expect us to be in full swing. I am actually surprised, Mr. Speaker, of how gentle the opposition members have been, and that's because of the concept of not wanting to be a hurdle in the way of a genuine concern. But I think what we are missing is there could have been an opportunity where we could have been here tonight and there wouldn't have been even any debate, because we have a capable member on the opposition who have financial services background, who could have been the representative from this side to work with the government to say, we already had those little issues that we had with the bill and had our concerns heard, that when it got here in its final outcome, it's all done. So, Mr. Speaker, I honestly can't say that what my vote is going to be at the end. I'm hoping to hear back some more contributions by the minister as to some of the concerns I've highlighted, as well as some of the genuine concerns highlighted by the other members of the opposition, which are good questions. And I think I repeated some of the things that some other members have already said. And if there's good responses to those concerns, maybe I'll give my support. I know that, Mr. Speaker, they may not necessarily need it, but because they have the numbers on the government side to get these necessary bills passed, and I don't think anybody is really want to vote against it because we don't want to be on a blacklist. But information is key to any decision, and it seems that yet again there's missing opportunities for information. There's, by all means, I'm not suggesting that the government is hiding anything, but they have had the luxury of digesting and playing out in their minds and what the outcomes could be and be comfortable. You know, like that saying goes, Mr. Speaker, they say go home and sleep on it. I haven't had enough nights to sleep on it yet. They have 10 months. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the minister can address those things. One last thing before I wrap up, because I didn't intend to be very long, is without the definition of what substance actually is going to be or is, how long are the businesses in the community going to be given before they meet the requirement? Because we passed the bill, let's say we passed the bill tonight, and tomorrow or the end of the year, this comes into law January 1st. I'm just trying to rationalize, Mr. Speaker, how does a business that deals with financial services and these types of companies go, all right, I want to be in compliance with the law when there is no definition of what substance means? Is there a grace period until we define what substance is that's going to be given to the businesses out there that they can say, okay, it doesn't have to come into effect till a year later? What's the story? Because it seems to be unclear about what that is. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the government doesn't take my contribution as to be a negative one, because I personally think that once these issues have been addressed, that we can pass this hurdle and actually start to think about the benefits which I spoke about in the first part of my contribution. But I dare say, Mr. Speaker, they need to get a good, strong measuring tool, particularly from an economic standpoint, to make some good decisions. Because if in reality, like what some of the members on the government side themselves have said, the potential impacts of people coming to this country. 10,000 people, and that's a small figure in comparison to if each one of these companies have to have an individual on the ground in the Cayman Islands. I just spoke to my colleague, and he was talking about Switzerland, where their criteria to meet substance was a $100,000 investment. Netherlands. In Netherlands, how much was it? 3,000 euros. 100,000 euros investment in order for them to meet the requirement of substance. So there's good. So there's obviously different definitions of what substance can be, and until we know what it is, only then can we actually plan for it appropriately. Because if this could potentially be a positive thing, I would like to assist the government in the proper planning of that. Because I know the Minister for Transport, the Honorable Joey Hugh, would hate to have more traffic on the roads. And I know the Minister for Schools and Education, Ms. Juliana O'Connor-Conley, would hate to know that the schools are full. Or the Minister of Education. And I know the Minister for Economics would definitely want to be able to have enough staff to deal with this influx. So it's about preparing for any actions, and in order for us to make those predictions, we need to know those numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, hopefully my contribution will not be seen as negative but constructive criticism, and I hope that I can support the bill after the conclusion of the contributions by the Minister or any other member of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the end of my contribution.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have to describe the collective contributions of the opposition and the indecisive member on the opposition bench who is neither opposition nor government as being wholly unhelpful to the debate on this matter. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition in particular has become an expert, an absolute expert in talking out of both sides of his mouth. And on the one hand saying he is supportive, he is sympathetic to the dilemma and the challenges the government faces, while at the same time offering every possible criticism he can conceive of with respect to the bill. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, on matters like this, you can't have it both ways. And similarly, Mr. Speaker, that goes for the member from Georgetown Central. In what is his trademark indecisive manner. I mean, it just goes to the very core of his being here. He can't decide whether he is government or opposition. And he approaches everything he deals with in this House in the same indecisive manner. He's going to wait around, he says. He is going to wait around, Mr. Speaker, he says, until he is able to divine somehow which side of the argument he supports. Mr. Speaker, we are here on the 17th of December, not because any of us on the government side want to be here. We have done everything we possibly could to get to this point. We just spent an hour plus for a final consultation before we pass these bills with industrial representatives, working out what a committee stage amendment is going to look like. There are thousands upon thousands of man and woman hours that have gone into this exercise. You see those people sitting over there from the Ministry of Financial Services and its related departments and from legal? You know how much angst, how much effort, how much stress, how many hours away from their families they have put in week after week, weekend after weekend to get here and to hear their work being dismissed in the way that in particular the member from Georgetown Central has, as though nobody cared about any of this. And all that matters is that he's only had 12 days to look at this. He has little idea about any of these issues. And even with the best will in the world, his contribution to this debate would not be terribly significant. But the efforts of those in the ministry, in the industry, in the legal department, I can't even begin to tell you the value that we need to ascribe to that, and how grateful and how thankful we should be as a country and as a government and as representatives that we have that quality of expertise available to us. Mr. Speaker, when I hear how some of these things are trivialized in this House by new members in particular, I shudder at the prospect that they were actually in a position where they could make decisions which would affect the outcome of bills like this. What are they saying we should do, Mr. Speaker? Fold our arms because we can't make up our mind, as the member from Georgetown Central seemed to be suggesting, and the deputy leader of the opposition likewise? Because we can't be sure what the economic impact of this is going to be. We should fold our arms, sit on our posteriors, and wait and see. Mr. Speaker, the financial services industry only employs 15% of our workforce, but it contributes 55% to our GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, we know, we're not guessing, we're not speculating, we know that if we don't do certain things as are set out in this bill, these bills, 3 of them, we will be blacklisted by the European Union. No ifs, ands, buts, maybes. We will be. We are not the only jurisdiction in this situation. As the minister explained when she spoke, all of the 2.2 jurisdictions, and she named them, are having to deal with these issues, and all of us are at one stage or another in getting the legislation through, because D-Day is the 31st of December 2018. What is not in effect by then will not be taken into account as the Commission, European Union, the Commission goes through, European Commission goes through the exercise of determining, or the Code of Conduct Group in particular, what jurisdictions they will recommend to be blacklisted and what not. That's where we are. And Mr. Speaker, there are some who have said, and some will say, well, we can just dismiss the EU blacklisting because they only account for 8% of the business that we have in Cayman when it comes to financial services. I wish that that were all there was to it, because I can tell you it would make our lives a lot easier. But there are other factors, Mr. Speaker, One is that this requirement of substantial presence or economic substance has now been endorsed by the FHTP, the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices, which is an agency of the OECD, and has therefore elevated this economic substance test or criteria to a global standard. Because unlike the EU, which is 27 nations, the OECD is 122. And it includes the United States of America. Now, there are legitimate arguments and concerns about how equitably this principle will be applied across all of these member states of the OECD. That someone raised that over there, and they're absolutely right. Those are concerns that we all have. But this is now a global standard. If, after this exercise is completed, all of our competitors are on a white list and the Cayman Islands is on a black list, I want anyone to ask themselves what that is likely to mean for Cayman's reputation as one of the, currently the sixth most important financial services jurisdiction in the world. What impact that is going to have on our businesses here. Which investor is going to say, well, I'm happy and I'm comfortable operating my businesses in a blacklisted country. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, the FHTP is also going through an evaluation exercise. And while their blacklist won't be published in February or March, as the EU's intends to do, certainly within the course of a year, they will have produced a report. So all of these things, Mr. Speaker, have been coordinated, no question about it. We also have challenges involving the CFATF and the FATF and their assessment of our anti-money laundering and counter finance terrorism regime. And, Mr. Speaker, indications are we are not going to get a terribly good report. So the combination of all of these things, Mr. Speaker, if we wind up on an EU blacklist along with all the other challenges we have, it will be a huge and potentially disastrous result for this country. Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell you how heavily this weighs on all of us. The minister has made 3 trips to Brussels. I have been on 1 with her. She and I get on the plane as soon as the new year is in, and we're gone again. London, Brussels, Belgium, Paris, New York. You think it is because we like globe-trotting? One day in each city, and you're gone again? It is because we understand, Mr. Speaker, how critically important this is. Because it's not just about meeting the technical standards, which is what this bill is about. It is about dealing with the politics that are involved. There are many, I'm afraid, in some of the EU member states in particular, who absolutely hate this little place. And so we have to do what you have to do in any of these situations, whether it's local or somewhere else, is lobby others to support the Cayman position. And that means sitting down and eyeballing the right people across the table and explaining and advocating on behalf of the country.
That's worked so well for us.
It has. It has. It has. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said sarcastically that that has worked so well for us so far. It has, Mr. Speaker. Why is it? I am certain you didn't hear it, Mr. Speaker, which is why I repeated it so you would. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I've said this many times before, but I'll say it again. 30 years ago, no, not that long, 20 years ago, I was president of the Caymanian Bar Association, and it was the initial initiatives by the OECD that were occupying the minds of the financial services industry and the government and the legal profession and the accounting profession at the time. And I got involved in those discussions as the representative of the Bar Association. And that is what propelled me into politics long before I had any intention of doing so. So for Cayman, in those days, many of the naysayers and doomsdayers were predicting the end of Cayman's financial services industry. Notwithstanding all of the threats and the challenges and the need to change systems and legislation and regulations and all of those things, we have gone from strength to strength. And that has not happened by chance. And so, for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to believe that advocacy, and not just by me, in the grand scheme of things, I just come, that advocacy by many, and not just politicians, in fact, some of our most effective advocates are those sitting over there, the technical folk who are in the mix on a regular basis. A man like Duncan Nicol hardly spends a week in Cayman. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know as a government that engagement is absolutely critical to our survival. And we do it. And we do it at great sacrifice to families and to ourselves, because it is our job. Mr. Speaker, Charles Darwin said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but those who are most responsive to change." And we have understood that in Cayman, and that is why when many others have faltered, we go from strength to strength, meeting every challenge, stressing along the way, stumbling from time to time, faltering on occasion, but always coming out stronger at the end of the day. And that's where we're going to end up with this as well, Mr. Speaker. We are going to meet these challenges. We are going to put in place the systems that are now to become the global norm, and we will continue to beat them at their game, not by hiding or trying to say that we should be judged by a different standard, but by doing what we do better than the rest of them can. That is what distinguishes Cayman from many of the other jurisdictions. And that is why, notwithstanding these new tests and these new requirements, we have confidence that Cayman is not only going to survive, but is going to continue to thrive. Mr. Speaker, some of the members on the other side have alluded to the possibility, perhaps even likelihood, that this may well result in increased population. Mr. Speaker, if that is the result, which is what we predict to, that is an incredibly good thing. Mr. Speaker, of course it will come with challenges, but think of the converse. For if that prediction is wrong and what we do have instead is a flight of business, those two members that I have been speaking about, who are the principal ones in this House who constantly talk about employment or unemployment, opportunities for local people. If the converse is true and there is a flight of business, then we truly have not the imaginary unemployment issues that the member from Georgetown Central is banging on about on the radio these past weeks. I don't know which country has no unemployment, but we are at a level now where the economists would refer to it as structural unemployment. No matter what you ever do, there will always be a certain percentage of your labor force that is not employed, no matter what you do. But the imaginary unemployment and the huge thousands of people unemployed that he refers to, that will become a true reality. And Mr. Speaker, that is why, even though it inconveniences the member from Georgetown Central this close to Christmas to be in the House doing the country's business, that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are here. We are here at 8:25 this evening because we are determined to do everything we possibly can to ensure not just the preservation of our financial services industry, but to build an even stronger foundation for its continued growth and its availability to this generation, the member from Georgetown Central's generation, and his children's generation to be able to benefit from. That's why we are here. I am sorry for the inconvenience to the member, but that's why we have been elected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to provide a few assurances about why this has been necessary from the EU's and the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices perspective. The international concern is that harmful tax regimes, and I'm quoting them now, Mr. Speaker, and this is a long time ago, this is 1998, affect the location of financial and other service activities, erode the tax bases of other countries, distort trade and investment patterns, and undermine the fairness, neutrality, and broad social acceptance of tax systems, unquote. That, Mr. Speaker, was the OECD's 1998 report. And ever since then, we have, not just us, but this has been the thrust of their effort. It gets more difficult all the time. And jurisdictions like the Cayman Islands, we are one of very few in the world that have no form of direct taxation, no corporate tax. They struggle to understand how you can legitimately operate a country without direct taxation. Mr. Speaker, introducing an economic substance requirement in Cayman should not affect companies that are here for legitimate commercial reasons. It should also not affect companies that are here for tax reasons as long as the income they earn elsewhere is subject to appropriate taxation in the relevant jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, the international standards are clear and based on legitimate principles. Knowingly leaving loopholes in our legislative framework will facilitate companies that are attempting to circumvent their tax obligations elsewhere. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what will incur the wrath of the international agencies, not just those in the EU, but more broadly. As an international standard, all jurisdictions, including Cayman's competitors, will have to comply with the substance rules. Differences in the legislation for substance that are being introduced by some of the other 2.2 jurisdictions should not result in arbitrage. In other words, the migration of business away from Cayman to those jurisdictions, as everybody is going to be judged and assessed by the same standard. It is also clear from our engagement with the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices and the Code of Conduct Group of the European Commission that their advice to all of the 2.2 jurisdictions has been consistent. Mr. Speaker, a consistent complaint by industry, and it was repeated by the member from Georgetown Central, and I think by the Deputy Leader of the Opposition as well, that they cannot advise their clients as to how to meet the substance requirements. I think the member from Georgetown Central also went on to say that there should be some definition of substance. Now, Mr. Speaker, we believe that that is a red herring, because not all businesses are the same. Not all businesses will require the same level of employees or the same level of accommodations and other things which provide the necessary substance. So each case will have to be assessed on its own merit, bearing in mind what the nature of the business is and what the scale of the business actually is. A more subjective, principle-based assessment will provide the necessary flexibility to different business models in each of the relevant activities. Mr. Speaker, the economic impact of introducing substance requirements in Cayman cannot be determined at this stage because there is simply no data on the majority of business being conducted in Cayman on which to base an assessment. Rough estimates suggest that up to 20,000 entities may be affected by the requirement for economic substance. But companies that are legitimately in Cayman for sound reasons should not have a concern. Companies that are here in an attempt to circumvent tax obligations elsewhere will have a choice. They can go back to onshore jurisdictions with direct taxation, or they can increase their level of substance in Cayman. Mr. Speaker, some of the industry arguments that bring in comparisons to Ireland and Luxembourg are not presenting apples to apples comparisons. Those jurisdictions, while having relatively low tax rates, have a variety of other tax and regulatory obligations that should be considered. And arguments that point to the United States as an example of non-compliance, we believe, are dangerous ones to follow. The US is subject to the same standards, and even though individual states may have adopted positions contrary to those standards, international pressure is continuing to build. And all of the indications are, and all of the advice is, that sooner rather than later, even the big and powerful United States will not be allowed to operate as an outlier to international standards without serious regulatory, serious reputational damage, and may well be perceived in the end as a pariah nation. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not have the luxury that places like the United States have of being big and mighty and powerful in this world. We are a nation state of 3 islands comprising 100 square miles and 65,000 souls or thereabouts. Close to 50% of that, certainly 45% of that number are people who are not of this place. A lot of them are on work permits. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to bear in mind that while we have for decades punched well above our weight on the international stage, particularly as it relates to the financial services, there are still limits as to the level of arrogance that we can demonstrate. And, Mr. Speaker, in any event, as I have said many times over the course of the last 5.5 years, when it comes to these sorts of issues, if the global standard is A, then the Cayman Islands will be among the first to comply with A. Our concern always is when we are forced to do things or pressured to do things which other competitor jurisdictions are not required to do, and that allows for regulatory arbitrage and increases the risk of the migration of our business to those jurisdictions which have lesser requirements or lower standards. We are satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that as challenging as this, I can't even say has been, is, because the battle will continue well beyond the passage of this bill tonight, to ensure that we do not wind up on a blacklist, that despite all of those challenges, that we will end up, as Cayman has always ended up, in a good place where, and continue to be a jurisdiction that legitimate business, good business, wants to be domiciled in. Mr. Speaker, I lived in the opposition for at least half of my political career. I have no interest in going back there. But believe you me, Mr. Speaker, I know full well the role of the opposition. I think probably the worst thing anyone can say about you is that you're a good opposition member. I have been described as such in the past. But, Mr. Speaker, when you're in the opposition, by definition, that means you're not in the government. And I think that some of the newer members of the House, certainly not a leader of the opposition, and certainly not a member from East End or the member, or the member from Savannah, but believe that you can be in the opposition and still participate in the government decision-making process. And Mr. Speaker, perhaps that's naivety, perhaps it's a bit of idealism thrown in. And I'm not seeking to make fun of that. I'm just saying that that is really not the political reality. Believe you me, Mr. Speaker, if this bill had been ready one day before it was, the members of the opposition would have had it. We have been through so many iterations of this that I've lost count. And, Mr. Speaker, the member from Georgetown Central, and I think also the member from the deputy leader of the opposition, spoke about spoke about uncertainty with clients. Well, Mr. Speaker, you want uncertainty? You give clients information and then change it the next day, and then change it the next week, and then change it the next week, which is where we have been over the course of all of these months. As I said, Mr. Speaker, as recently as an hour ago, we were with the the industry core group that have been helping us with this, ironing out what I hope is the last committee stage amendment. And this is not because of lack of effort on our part. This is because the FHTP and the Code of Conduct group, the thought process is constantly evolving. We get one set of things today, and in 3 or 4 days, when you've drafted the legislation to suit that, there's another wrinkle that needs to be adjusted as a result. I say this with a sense of great disappointment and some concern. Those of you who have been paying attention to the media would have seen in the Bermuda Gazette today what has transpired with respect to the Bermudan legislation. In short, the EU has rejected the legislation, and so they now have to start over again on the 17th of December. So I'm trying to find it, Mr. Speaker, so I can just, with your permission, just quickly read it. So, Mr. Speaker, the article is from the Royal Gazette, and it's entitled, EU Wants Tougher Substance Rules. I'm not going to read the whole thing, Mr. Speaker. It's dated December 17th, so it's today, issued at 8 o'clock. Bermuda's first attempt at legislation to address economic substance concerns was given the thumbs down by European Union officials, the Royal Gazette understands. 3 sources have claimed that the European Code of Conduct Group said last week it was not satisfied with the Economic Substance Act 2018 tabled in the House of Assembly on December the 7th. So, Mr. Speaker, we are aiming to avoid that kind of a result, which is why we have taken as long as we have, which is why we have consulted so broadly, not just locally, but in constant dialogue with the officials at the COCG and in the FHTP. There are no guarantees that we have gotten it right, but we believe we are as good as we possibly can be at this stage. As I said, there is still a political component to this exercise. It's not simply one of ticking the relevant boxes up and ensuring that we have met that criteria. Were that the case, I would have a lot more pleasant Christmas than I expect to have, for I would have one less thing to worry about. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that I've gone some way to explain not the technical matters with respect to the bill. I leave that to the minister, but the broad context in which we are operating and some of the challenges that we are operating. Mr. Speaker, I finish with one final word of advice to both my good friends on the other side, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and the member from Georgetown Central, is that in my experience in the opposition, I have learned that when you ride a fence too long, you wind up getting chafed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a few questions, not to engage the Premier in any jabs into thin air, because we don't have time for that at this hour of the night. But I would like some assurances from the Minister in a response in relation to Clause 6 of the bill, where it says that except that such a determination shall not be made later than 6 years after the end of such financial year. That does not mean that this is going to allow us to go back 5 years from the day that this bill is formed. I understand it's 6 years, so we need to make that clear, I think, because, and also in clause 7, I wonder why we have not adopted the tried and true filing timetable that has been in the company's law for so many years, where the reports have to be filed. You have to file your returns within 90 days, or after that there's a penalty. And if you don't file it within a period of time, then there are more severe consequences for this. Because it's left up here to say is that shall be made at a time specified by the authority and in the form, the manner approved by the authority. And the other question I would have, Mr. Speaker, is with all of this filing and all of the administrative staff that we got put in place, I don't see any place in the legislation where the government can charge some sort of a filing fee to offset the cost of this service that the government will be providing to the financial industry. Because I don't think that we should expect that all of the cost of this is coming out, will come out of existing revenue streams. And the other question I would have is in 11, that I just want to be assured that whistleblowers are protected. And the regulations, I would ask the government to consider making these regulations subject to at least a negative resolution in Parliament, if not an affirmative resolution, because I think it will give the industry some comfort that regulations will not be changed willy-nilly by an incoming government. So I would think that even negative resolution, I believe, would give some surety to the industry that things are not going to be changed. Okay. That's my only comment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Is the minister ready to wind up? The Honorable Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will do my best to wind up and hopefully be able to answer some of the last-minute specific questions asked by the member of the opposition in terms of getting the information to hand in time to be able to speak to that. So I may, Mr. Speaker, need to crave your indulgence for one moment so I can confer with my team to get the information to hand to be able to deal with that.
She can talk what it was.
But I will begin to speak well and give them a chance to deal with those particular issues related to clause 6, 7, and 11. I think were the issues raised. But Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying, well, as the member from Bodden Town West spoke, and recognizing, as he did, the role that I play in and the seat that I sit in when I am at the negotiating table, interfacing with the EU, I'm not sure I should actually thank the honourable member for his contribution. But I will certainly acknowledge the fact that he made his contribution. And that's diplomacy in action. Mr. Speaker, I think really the vast number of issues and even some of the questions and even some of the concerns that I needed to respond to. The Honourable Premier has very aptly dealt with those comments, remarks, concerns expressed, so I won't attempt to respond or rehash or regurgitate those remarks or those responses. But certainly, Mr. Speaker, on the point of the legislation, and I think it was a member from member from Newlands that either made the assertion or asked the question about whether this was some cookie-cutter piece of legislation that was essentially distributed to the Cayman Islands and other jurisdictions because of the similarities. He's clarifying that it's on behalf of a constituent. Well, let me explain to him and his constituent that this is certainly not in the sense of the development of this bill, as I have outlined painstakingly in my contribution initially, and certainly the Premier again has reiterated the process that we followed. And the constituent or the person that I guess did the analysis to look across the different pieces of legislation and notice I think what he used as glaring similarities, is correct in the sense that all of the legislation that is being developed by the various 2.2 jurisdictions is based on the international standards that are articulated by the FHTP. So there are some kind of prescribed activities, so hence our relevant activities would mirror what those are, like all other jurisdictions would. And the commonalities that are seen in the bill is as a result of the information contained, as I said, by the FHTP in their various guidance documents. And Mr. Speaker, the document that was just published in November of this year that specifically and expressly deals with the resumption of the application of substantial activities factor to no or nominal tax jurisdictions, the information, again, that I painstakingly discussed in my opening, gives the guidance, gives a framework for what the OECD's inclusive framework on BEPS Action 5 in relation to the no or nominal tax jurisdictions, and that is also mirrored in the vast majority of the legislation that is being developed across the various jurisdictions as well. Mr. Speaker, I also spoke about the fact that the EU produced a scoping paper in June. So again, a lot of what you will see across the various jurisdictions is to try to address the concerns expressed or the issues and factors expressed in that paper as it relates to the 2.2 jurisdictions. So, in fact, I believe a question was put by the team about, is there some sort of model legislation that can be followed so we can make sure that we try to hit all of the points as necessary that would be in this kind of standard prescribed form? And the answer was no. So again, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why we've had to work very assiduously in building a framework that we hope, based on the feedback received from the OECD and EU, that is compliant with the global standard as it relates to this action or this concern of the foreign and harmful tax practices, but at the same time working very closely with industry to ensure that the concerns and the consideration of our domestic and our industry is taken into consideration and built in the way best possible for us. Mr. Speaker, speaking to the issue of economic substance, and I think the Premier has touched on that very ably, and so again, I won't rehash that, but just to say that unlike some of the other jurisdictions that I think the member from Georgetown Central referred to in terms of the kind of bright line test, you must have X amount of dollars invested, Y amount of people, boots on ground. Cayman and some of the other jurisdictions are looking to adopt a principles-based approach. That is, the determination will be made related to the needs and what is considered adequate by those particular business lines, industries, sectors, etc. And again, that is why we are working so closely, and we have been working so closely with industry in developing our legislative framework. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure we've covered off, and I will ask for a moment to confer on the other points that the Leader of the Opposition raised. But before, yeah, I think between the Premier and myself, we have addressed those issues. So, Mr. Speaker, if you would give me a moment to confer, and I will reconvene in just a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the point of Clause 6, the assessment of up to 6 years cannot look back in the assessment. It will be a look forward. So I hope the member has comfort in that regard. Clause 7, dealing with the filing of timelines, this will be dealt with by regulations. And Clause 11 deals with the assurance of confidentiality of data. And the point about the regulations certainly is something that I will look to discuss with the Premier in particular on that point. We also will look to the member from Newlands in his request about the regulations related to the ability to make an offense. That is something we will also consider at this stage when we get to committee stage. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear we believe that based on our interactions with the industry during this process and the input received, that there is indeed economic substance and substantial activities taking place in our jurisdiction already. There is no question about it, Mr. Speaker. We can just look around to see the number of bodies here, the buildings, the office space. So there are no shell companies and no numbered accounts existing in the Cayman Islands. So this notion that some is trying to portray that the sky is going to fall down around us, or we're going to have this immediate influx of people on day one, is not something based on the discussions with industry and the temperature that we understand to be the case in this regard. And so working closely with the industry in developing this bill, we're confident that the work that we do here will be relatively, and I use that term loosely because we don't know, nobody has a crystal ball, and that's the definition of change and not being able to determine. There may be some industries that may be impacted, but the vast majority of the work in the various business lines that would be impacted and the entities that would be impacted, because again, not all entities in Cayman are affected by this bill, but the assessment that we've done is that there may be some changes to some of the businesses going forward, but the vast majority of the work that is done would either not be, this particular would not be, legislation would not necessarily be of a negative impact. And as the Premier outlined, for those businesses that would be particularly affected, they of course would have a choice to increase their presence here or do otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, as we've discussed, Cayman is certainly not alone in having to introduce these changes, these legislative changes. Our key competitors, in many respects, are already assessed as part of the OECD's Foreign and Harmful Tax Practices Framework, or will now be so as a result of the November 2018 resumption paper published by the OECD, indicating that no and nominal tax jurisdictions like Cayman are now in scope for OECD's FHTP review process going forward. And Mr. Speaker, I know we recently saw an indication, and I don't have it to hand to read it, but we see that Barbados has come out making a statement about the changes that they anticipate to make within their own tax system as well. And all of this is being driven by the same international initiatives that affect all of the financial centers and the key players in international finance. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, as the Premier has indicated, as it relates specifically to the EU listing process, the ultimate determination of the countries of whether or not countries should be added or removed from the blacklist is a political one. So the work continues. And Mr. Speaker, again, as history has shown us, these assessments, these initiatives will likely not stop here. That's the reality. That's the reality of the world that we live in. That's the reality of the industry that we are a dominant player in, and that's the reality that we have to continue to understand and accept will be the reality as long as we are involved and continue to be, and that is certainly our hope and determination and commitment to be. So we will likely need to continue to engage with the EU and with the OECD and all other assessors of our jurisdiction for years to come, Mr. Speaker. This started way before me in terms of my career in politics. Some of us, as we heard, cut our teeth as a result of these issues, and some of us will cut our teeth in the future as a result of these issues. But, Mr. Speaker, that is the price we pay for being not just an international financial center, but a leading international financial center, Mr. Speaker. And to borrow an expression that is often said by my good friend from the East, in many respects, Mr. Speaker, we will always have a target on our backs. The reality is we will always have to demonstrate, in some respects, hyper-compliance in hopes of being seen as compliant. Some would argue, Mr. Speaker, that we appear to now be held to an even higher standard than our contemporaries and even our assessors. Some may argue, Mr. Speaker, that this isn't fair. Some may argue this is unreasonable. And, Mr. Speaker, it may very well be all of that. But, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change the fact that to remain competitive, to remain leaders in the world of international finance, we must continue to engage and to work to achieve compliance with the various international initiatives impacting the Cayman Islands. So as we have done this year, we must make a good faith attempt and continue to make good faith attempts and to take best efforts to fulfill our commitments to develop and adopt legislation which not only embodies global standards, but also seeks to ensure that the Cayman Islands continues to be a dominant and successful financial center. So, Mr. Speaker, in the face of what some people may see as adversity for the jurisdiction, I am reminded of the famous and poignant poem by Dr. Maya Angelou entitled, "Still I Rise." And so, Mr. Speaker, if you would permit me to end my contribution with reading this poem, as I believe it so very aptly embodies the Caymanian spirit, it embodies our financial services industry resilience and ingenuity, and it embodies the government's commitment to protecting and promoting the jurisdiction and the welfare of our people at all costs.
And it's a favorite of mine.
So, Mr. Speaker, still I rise. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room? Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my haughtiness offend you? Do you take it awful hard? 'Cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard? You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from the past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. So, Mr. Speaker, like Dr. Angelou, no matter what is thrown at us, no matter what comes our way, no matter what obstacle or opportunity, the Cayman Islands will rise. We have weathered the storms for decades, Mr. Speaker. As a people and as a country, we are strong, we are confident, and we are resilient. And as our history has shown us, I firmly believe our future is bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is that a bill entitled International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018 be given a second reading. All in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, may I have a division, please?
Clerk, divide, please.
Leader of opposition is a good man.
Honorable Aldin McLaughlin.
Yeah. It's not on.
Honorable Moses Garner.
Aye.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Conley.
Aye.
Honorable Dwayne Seymour. Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh,
Aye.
Honorable Tara Rivers,
Aye.
Honorable Barney Bush,
Abstain.
Captain Eugenie Banks,
Aye.
Miss Barbara Conley,
Aye.
Mr. David Wright,
Aye.
Mr. Austin Harris,
Aye.
Miss Honorable Ezra Miller,
Abstain.
Mr. Alva Saku, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, Mr. Anthony Eden,
Aye.
There were only one member on the opposition side present, and that was the leader of the opposition. The rest of the other members' votes do not count.
okay. Honorable Christopher Saunders, yeah. Mr. Ard McLean, Ten. Two.
Results of the division: 10 ayes, 2 abstentions, 6 absentees. The bill has been passed.
The Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill, 2018, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Companies Amendment Bill Number 2, Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018.
The bill has been duly moved. Honorable Minister.
Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the bill on behalf of the government. It is a bill that seeks to amend the Companies Law 2018 revision in order to satisfy the Cayman Islands government commitments to the EU's Code of Conduct Group in connection with the European Union's list of non-cooperative jurisdictions for tax purposes, and to address recommendations from the OECD's Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes. Mr. Speaker, before I speak to the amendment bill, again, I want to underscore the extensive consultation that the Ministry of Financial Services, along with the Ministry of Commerce, undertook in order to develop this amendment bill. And the consultation process was outlined, as I discussed earlier, in relation to the presentation of the economic substance bill, so I won't repeat those details. But, Mr. Speaker, as the memorandum and objects and reasons of the bill states, the bill seeks to make miscellaneous changes to the provisions relating to accounting records and exempted companies. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, the bill requires a company not regulated by the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, which keeps its books of accounts outside the islands, to provide its registered office at least annually or as often as directed information regarding its book of accounts. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that local companies, the impact on local companies, which already typically keep their books of account in the island, should be minimal. Mr. Speaker, the bill, as I said, requires a company that does not already file its accounts with SEMA, which keeps its books of accounts outside the islands, must provide its registered office with this information. Mr. Speaker, members of the Honourable House may recall that in a statement that I made in August of last year regarding Cayman's largely compliant rating issued by the Global Forum in its 2017 Exchange of Information on Request peer review report, I noted that the Global Forum's practice of issuing recommendations to assess countries, regardless of their ratings, and in that case we were rated as largely compliant, as I said, Mr. Speaker, they did make some recommendations in order to further support compliance with international standards. And so for Cayman, the Global Forum made 3 recommendations, and one of which was to ensure that a system of monitoring of compliance with accounting record-keeping requirements is in place, and that Cayman ensure that its monitoring and enforcement powers are sufficiently exercised in practice to support the legal requirements which ensure the availability of accounting information in all cases. And so, Mr. Speaker, the proposed requirement in the bill to provide information regarding books of accounts addresses this recommendation. Mr. Speaker, in addition, as discussed during my presentation of the Economic Substance Bill, to eliminate the EU's concern about allowing the incorporation of companies that are not allowed to operate in our local economy, which is sometimes referred to as ring fencing, the government has committed to revising Cayman's exempted companies regime to allow these entities to operate in the local economy only if local participation requirements are met. And so, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us now allows for exempted companies that have applied for and that have been granted approval, because there is still a process that needs to be followed, to carry on business in the islands as defined in the Local Companies Control Law and to conduct business on the island. And as you'll see, Mr. Speaker, there is an accompanying piece of legislation which my colleague, the Minister of Commerce, will be addressing after this one. So as such, Mr. Speaker, there are no advantages for exempt companies over ordinary companies should exempted companies choose and when they're authorized to conduct business in the island. And so the effect is that there would be in no better of a position than our local businesses in this regard. So, Mr. Speaker, speaking briefly to the actual bill itself, the clauses of the bill is arranged in 9 clauses. Clause 1 provides for the short title and commencement of the legislation. Clause 2 amends Section 2 of the Principal Law to provide for a term, carry on business in the islands, to be construed in accordance with the Local Companies Control Law. Clause 3 deals with the amendments to Section 44 of the Principal Law to allow for the inspection of the register of members of an exempted company that holds a license to carry on business in the islands under any applicable law. Clause 4 of the bill amends Section 59 of the Principal Law to require a company that keeps its books of accounts outside of the islands in the form and manner prescribed to provide its registered office annually or with such other frequency and within such time as may be prescribed information regarding its books of account, and to provide that a requirement to file information regarding the accounts of a company under Section A does not apply to a company that complies with the requirement under any other regulatory law to file information regarding its accounts to the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority. And again, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the impact on local business to this change would be minimal, given that the local businesses would typically keep their books of account on the island. Clauses 5, 6, and 7 amend sections 163, 165, and 168 of the Principal Law, respectively, as a consequence of Section 174, amendments to the Principal Law by Clause 7. And, Mr. Speaker, amendments add a reference to a license to carry on business in the islands, which Section 174 refers in each of those sections of the Principal Law. And it is anticipated, Mr. Speaker, that we will have a committee stage amendment dealing with this clause as well. Clause 8 of the bill repeals and substitutes Section 174 of the principal law to permit an exempted limited company to have a trade or business in the islands. And again, there is a committee stage amendment with respect to this clause, which we will discuss at a later time. Clause 9 of the bill amends Section 239 of the principal law to delete Section 2 of that section, which is now considered to be an obsolete provision. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to once again thank the staff of the Ministry of Financial Services, the Ministry of Commerce, the financial services industry, and the commerce stakeholders, as well as the legislative drafting team of the government, and all others who assisted in the development of this bill as part of Cayman's legislative package. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation on the proposed bill, and I therefore commend the Company's Amendment Number 2, Bill 2018, to this Honourable House for passage.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just to raise a few questions. In Clause 4 of the bill, where it talks about information regarding its book of accounts, so that meant to be audited accounts, or does this mean that they can do a summary of their foreign accounts, and where is the standard for those accounts going to be established in regulations, or should it not be in the law? And it should it not require some kind of audit certification that they are accurate to some level? And the other concern we have is that, as we understand it, what we're allowing an exempted company, which cannot now do business in Cayman, is to apply for an LCCL so it can do business here, not related to its overseas business. The question I have here, as I understand with an LCCL, the beneficial ownership is subject to public examination. And are we not here now then converting exempted companies' ownership, which is now secret, to be public inspection? Because if we're doing that, then we're doing for the UK what they want us to do for all companies. So maybe we can find a way, and I don't know, and I may have a suggestion later on, that we can preserve the confidentiality of the exempted company's beneficial ownership under the company's law? Or are we going to address that in the LCCL law? Because I think it may be more difficult to do it in the LCC law. It might be easier to do it in the company's law. Those are the two concerns we have, because I believe that those persons who have used the exempted company have relied on that confidentiality to some extent. And I don't want us to, as long as the government is comfortable that that's not going to happen and they can prevent it from happening, I believe that we have an obligation for those people who have so relied on that confidentiality to somehow protect it and retain it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Call now on the mover to exercise her right of reply.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you would just give me one moment to confer with my team on the, well, one question in particular. The other one I can speak to directly, but I just want to get clarification on one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, so to answer the brief questions of the Leader of Opposition, first of all, I want to thank the member for his contribution and questions. So with respect to Clause 4, there is not a requirement for audited accounts. There will be a prescribed form in regs that prescribes the information that is needed, but there isn't a need for the accounts to be audited per se, because that was determined to be not required at this stage in terms of the actual full-blown audit, because of course, you know, we have, so there is the information required will be prescribed in regulations. As it relates to so to the question about allowing exempted companies to operate in the local economy, the member is correct, but also just to stress that this is an opt-in provision. This does not convert automatically all exempted companies to then be, it's a choice that the conscious choice, if they choose to do so, then the understanding has always been that they choose to do so under this essentially the same conditions as a local company. And if we were not to require them to have the ability to inspect their register of members, so it's not like it's publicly displayed, but there is the same considerations and the same requirements that local companies would have to adhere to. The exempted companies who choose to opt into this regime would need to also comply. Otherwise, you would be setting a situation where the exempted companies would have a preference over local companies, and that's certainly not the situation that we're trying to create. So I hope that answers the members' questions, and I thank, as I said, the rest of the chamber for the tacit support.
Question is that a bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Bill, the Companies Amendment number 2 Bill 2018, be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The Companies Amendment number 2 Bill 2018 has been given its second reading.
The Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018, second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill entitled the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revisions to provide for exempted companies carrying on business in the islands and for incidental and connected purposes.
Moved. The Honorable Minister speaking there too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rise to present the bill on behalf of the government. Mr. Speaker, it is a bill that seeks to amend the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision to remove the restriction on exempted companies from carrying on business in the Cayman Islands. Again, Mr. Speaker, I say to remove the restriction on exempted companies from carrying on business in the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the law or as a result of the commitment given by the Cayman Islands to the European Union to address a concern regarding the differential treatment between exempt and ordinary companies. Mr. Speaker, currently, the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision prohibits exempted companies from carrying on business in the islands. Mr. Speaker, this restriction was put in place to provide a level of protection for Caymanians from external competition for business activities that Caymanians have the expertise and wherewithal to conduct. So, Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, careful consideration was given to the amendments to the Local Companies Control Law during the consultations with the Ministry of Financial Services, industry partners, and commerce stakeholders to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments being proposed are appropriate for local business. Mr. Speaker, it was agreed that the objectives to the amendments should be to, 1, provide exempted companies with the option to conduct local business. However, Mr. Speaker, this should be subject to those companies complying with the Local Companies Control Law and any other licensing requirements or relevant legislation. And 2, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that if an exempted company chooses to do business locally, they do not have an advantage over local companies. So, Mr. Speaker, for clarity, the proposed amendments to the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision would not affect those exempted companies that wish to continue carrying on business exterior to the islands. The amendments only affect those exempted companies that wish to conduct business locally. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, currently, in order to carry on business in islands, a company must be Caymanian controlled. At least 60% of its shares must be beneficially owned by Caymanians, and at least 60% of its directors are Caymanians. Exempted companies who wish to conduct business locally will be subject to these local participation requirements, Mr. Speaker. Those exempted companies that do not meet these requirements must, Mr. Speaker, must apply for a Local Companies Control License, LCCL. Mr. Speaker, there appears to be a concern that all exempted companies that wish to conduct business locally will be granted an LCCL. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the local business community and members of this honorable House that each exempted company who wishes to conduct business locally and does not meet the local participation requirements will need to submit an application for an LCCL. Mr. Speaker, the grant of an LCCL is at the discretion of the Trade and Business Licensing Board. Each application is considered on its own merit and, Mr. Speaker, on a case-by-case basis. The law requires the board, when considering an LCCL application, to consider the following criteria, Mr. Speaker. A, the economic situation of the islands and the due protection of persons already engaged in business in the islands. B, the nature and previous conduct of the company and the persons having an interest in that company, whether as directors, shareholders, or otherwise. C, the advantage or disadvantage which may result from that company carrying on business in the islands. D, the desirability of retaining in the control of Caymanians the economic resources of the islands. E, the effort made by the company to obtain Caymanian participation. F, the number of additional people from outside the islands who would be required to reside in the islands were the application to be granted. G, whether the company, its directors and employees have and are likely to continue to have necessary professional, technical, and other knowledge to carry on the business proposed by the company. H, the finances of the company and the economic feasibility of its plans. I, whether the true ownership and control of the company have been satisfactorily established, and the environmental and social consequences that could result from the carrying on of the business proposed to be carried on by the company. Mr. Speaker, the board carefully considers each of these factors when making a decision to either grant or deny an application for an LCCL, and it is required to have regard to the due protection of persons, and in particular Caymanians already engaged in business in these islands. Mr. Speaker, the board also takes into account whether a business or proposed business of the applicant is one that is traditionally enjoyed primarily by Caymanians, or, Mr. Speaker, is one which Caymanians have a substantial presence. Mr. Speaker, I can assure Caymanian business owners that the proposed changes to the legislation removing the restriction on exempted companies to operate in the Cayman Islands, subject to those companies complying with the local companies control law and any other licensing requirement or relevant legislation, will provide for the continued protection of our country's business environment, and, Mr. Speaker, it will enable and promote Caymanians' ability to compete in local commerce. In other words, it is not giving exempted companies a carte blanche invitation to trade locally. Mr. Speaker, we are just simply removing the restriction that would not allow them to apply for an LCCL if they so choose. Mr. Speaker, while amendments to this legislation are part of the Cayman Islands' decade-old commitment to meeting global standards, my ministry is equally, Mr. Speaker, committed to working with local businesses to ensure that there is a level playing field for all comers. Mr. Speaker, to ensure that exempted companies do not have an advantage over local companies, exempted companies that wish to conduct business locally would also be required to follow the same rules as local companies. Currently, under the Tax Concession Law 2018 revision, exempted companies benefit from a tax exemption certificate. However, local companies do not. Mr. Speaker, this government intends to issue policy directions to the Trade and Business Licensing Board in accordance with the law to require exempted companies who choose to apply for and are granted a LCCL to surrender their tax exemption certificates. Mr. Speaker, this is intended to create a level, or to continue to keep that level playing field that I spoke to earlier. Mr. Speaker, let me go through the clauses of the bill quickly. The bill is arranged into 12 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Clause 1 provides for the short title and commencement of the legislation. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 2, subparagraph 2 of the law to make it clear that the expression carrying on business in the islands does not include the business of an exempted company with specified entities where the carrying on of business is in furtherance only of business carried on the exterior to the islands. Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 4, subsection 1A, to make it permissible for an exempted company to carry on business in the islands where it is empowered by its memorandum of associations to do so, and it is compliant with the requirements of Section 5 of the principal law. Mr. Speaker, clauses 4, 5, 6, and 7 seek to amend sections 5, 7, 8, and 9 of the principal law, respectively, in order that those sections of the principal law provide for exempted companies carrying on business in the Cayman Islands. And Mr. Speaker, clause 8 seeks to amend section 2 of the section 11 of the principal law to change the reference to the governor to references to the cabinet. Clauses 9, 10, and 11, Mr. Speaker, seek to amend sections 14, 22, and 26 of the principal law, respectively, in order that those sections of the principal law provided for exempted companies carrying on business in the islands. Clause 12, Mr. Speaker, seeks to make a general amendment to the law to update the references to the trade and business licensing law to reflect the 2018 revision of the law. So, Mr. Speaker, again, let me reassure members of this House and the public, and in particular the business community, that no matter what requirements are required of us by any international authority, we, our government, have the absolute right to decide who we license to trade in the Cayman Islands, and in particular, to trade locally. And that is the key, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to remind the local business community and members of this honorable House that the purpose and intent of the Local Companies Control Law revision is to provide a level of protection for Caymanians from external competition for business activities that Caymanians have the expertise and wherewithal to conduct. Even with the proposed amendments to the law, Mr. Speaker, this has not changed. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has carefully considered the amendments to the law and its impact on local business, and had in-depth consultation with major stakeholders to develop the proposed bill. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my team in the ministry for the hard work that they put into this, and also the Ministry of Financial Services, for this was truly a cross-ministry effort. And I would like to publicly thank both ministries, the staff in both ministries, for the professionalism and the way in which they work together to bring this important piece of legislation. I'd also like to, I know the minister spoke earlier in one of her earlier presentations, said that there were over 100 persons involved in the consultation throughout the period, but the subcommittee that worked along with the team to develop this piece of legislation, headed up by Mr. David Rich, Mr. Abraham Thoppel, Mr. Nicholas Joseph, Mr. Paul Biles, and Mr. Will Pinot. I'd like to thank them for their time and efforts as well. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would therefore commend the Local Companies Control Law Controlled Amendment Bill 2018 to the honorable members for passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honorable member from East End.
Mr. Speaker, I hear the minister placing some emphasis on matters that are concerning to me, in that Caymanian companies will not be disadvantaged, particularly those where there is expertise and the wherewithal here to do whatever is being applied for. Mr. Speaker, that in a nutshell was the genesis of this law in 1971. I think there was a total repeal in 71. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why we went with an LCCL, so that we could control those who were coming to this country and wanted to come in and conduct business, in essence, that we were not capable of carrying out. When this law was envisaged, people like Warren Conley, Berkeley Bush, and the likes were members of EXCO. But they understood that this country, to succeed, had certain requirements, i.e., in particular, the utility industry. If we didn't have means of communication out and into this country, the vision of a financial industry would have been for naught. They also understood that if the country did not have proper electrification, this is in the late 60s, that, and Mr. Speaker, I should point out here that government was doing the electricity at that time and couldn't keep it up. Government had a couple copper wires strung through the middle of Georgetown, and Mr. Scotland had a couple copper wires strung through Bodden Town. And the generating plant for Bodden Town is where the police station is now. East End North Side had zero. That's zero now off that 20. Nothing. No, 72. 7-1. No, Clifton Hotel. Turn on last week, 7-1. Yeah. I remember that specifically when he should keep me out in Scouts to see them lights come on that night. Oh, what a day that was in East End. But, Mr. Speaker, they also understood that those little sand roads and the more recent advent of the vehicle transportation into this country meant we needed fuel to get from A to B. And there wasn't any company or any person suitable or qualified, financially or otherwise, to produce or to bring telephone into the country, or to have that connection with the world where the fuel was being made in Trinidad and the southern coast of America, the Gulf Coast. So they also thought of the fuel and they invited two companies to do it, Esso and Texaco. Thus, the creation of these four companies to protect them and their investment, because they were making that leap, that giant leap of investing in the Cayman Islands. You remember Maine, who did the electricity? Mr. Speaker, time moved on. And we then found ourselves developing so fast, and people wanted to utilize their properties that they were buying to build what we call skyscrapers then, 4, 5 floors high. And there were very few contractors in this country. But importantly, it wasn't anyone to go that high. Mr. Speaker, we can remember all the hotels were only 1 floor or 2 floors on one side of it. So, in their infinite wisdom, they extended that offer to McAlpine and Asphaltic. Thus, Glass House. Thus, the legislature. Thus, the courthouse. Thus, the port. Thus, Scotia building that the government has now acquired. That is the genesis of LCCL. In order that we could build this country. There wasn't one hotel in this country that was about 2 stores. Most of us will remember Galleon Beach, 2 floors. Pageant Beach, 2 floors. You know what the scaffolds were made out of? 2 by 4. In enters McAlpine and Asphaltic, and we started getting quote-unquote skyscrapers on the LCCLs. Today, McAlpine has gone through, I believe, 2 generations of leaders. The grandson is now the leader of McAlpine. It was a grandfather in those days in the 50s and 60s. Mr. Speaker, that has gone on for many years. I know those first LCCLs were issued for 25 years. In recent times, they're issued for 10, 12. Now, Mr. Speaker, an LCCL is equivalent to that entity being a Caymanian. Because the first thing you did was advertise to say that you're asking for 60% participation by Caymanians. And if you got that, you don't need LCCL. You can go straight to the trade and business license law. So, your holding LCCL means you had no participation, Caymanian participation. So, for all intents and purposes, you are now Caymanian. That entity is a Caymanian. Albeit, in the early days, they were issued restrictive to a particular thing, that no one else was doing. That is the key. No one else in this country had the expertise nor the capability, financial or otherwise, to do that particular thing. And it was beneficial to have those people here, that investment, in the interest of the overall good of this country. That's what it was for. Today, that doesn't seem to be the objective of these LCCLs. I brought, Mr. Speaker, you said this earlier, but I brought this up with the good Dr. Bastillo in the meeting we had. And of course, he was unaware of the numbers of LCCLs that were currently on our books. And some of the staff members were there and they excused themselves and went and checked it. And I understand that there's some 250 now, north of 250, whether it's 251, 255, I don't know. My question is, if the minister can tell me that all Caymanian business will be protected when the exempt companies are going to be issued that, why do we have so many? Or they will now fall in the Cayman business. That was not the intent. How do we reach 250? I don't know. But is it the board being too indiscriminately issuing these things? Because certainly, I am here to say, it is my submission, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot, it's impossible to find 250 things to be issued LCCL for that Caymanians can't do. It's impossible. Absolutely, totally impossible. And I don't stand to be corrected. I know I cannot be corrected. Mr. Speaker, it is my submission, sir, that we are using the LCCL like we're using the trade and business license for Caymanians. We need to stop that. I don't know how the Premier is going to deal with this. He got to have it on his shoulder to deal with this. I don't know. I will ask a question in the fullness of time as to when they were issued, how long they're for, what was their purpose, and see what it is. But, Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding, and this is rumored. I didn't get it from any official anybody in the official dumb. It is my understanding that people are coming in here and advertising for development and looking for Cayman participation to build homes, their own homes. Mr. Speaker, we need only look at where these goodly ladies and gentlemen will be leaving from here tonight and going to tomorrow morning. The government administration building. that means, that says to me, it was built by a company in this country, a legitimate LCCL company, that it says to me that we have companies in this country already who can build their homes. Now, I don't know if that's correct, Mr. Premier, but it cannot be that all those, if that 205th is right, if that's right, Mr. Speaker, anything you can think of, there are companies in this country already who can do that, Therefore, the provisions of LCCL is for naught. We cannot afford to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's my concern. Those are my concerns. I don't know what provisions we have in place to regulate this, to monitor it, to see that if they are given an LCCL, one, it is one whereby there is no one else in Cayman can do that job. Two, it is monitored to see that they are doing that job and staying within those guidelines. And three, that they're not using it for something else too. Mr. Speaker, this is not only in Grand Cayman, in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman as well. We have some of the best condo development in Cayman Brac, 3 stories. I think we don't go any higher than 3 or 4 up there. They're built by Caymanians. It cannot be that we are given. I would like to know what all these LCCLs are issued for. It can't be gasoline because we already got that. Christmas coming. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not. What I'm trying to do is to say to the government, this needs to be checked out. And I fear anybody you see is an exempt company. Forget about their tax exemption, that because there are many who don't even know what that meant when you say tax exemption, they have to give it up. That means we give them exemption from not paying taxes here for 25 years, 10, 15, whatever it is. They're going to have to give that up. Yeah, absolutely so. I would like to think so. But I am concerned that if we got this amount of LCCLs, and I think the Premier said he believed probably 20,000 companies would be affected with this. I don't know in what way, but certainly it would have to be some of those exempt companies he's talking about, because it's exempt companies we're talking about here. The fact that this is an exempt company, they have some wherewithal. All I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, is can we not cut it off before that? Before having to go that distance? And that's all I'm asking. Because that's where my concerns, because the trade and business license allow non-resident companies, non-LCCL law company, exempt company, or limited liability company to have a trade and business license now. if it is policy directive that this thing is being driven by to issue all these LCCL, you can't make policy outside law, you know. He who wishes to make the rules needs to create a soapbox and get thereupon and hit the constituencies and win the races. And join and occupy the real estate, the 19 pieces of real estate that is in here. That's where the rules are made. Not on boards. Not on boards. I want to know what those companies are. That's my concern. My concern is twofold. I want to ask the government to consider where can we stop to fulfill this requirement. And I know that Dr. but what name? Basdeo is not Joy Boy is quite capable of stemming that so that we don't have to go into this. And I know we're trying to fulfill these OECD requirements and EU requirements and this global thing. But what effects is it going to have on us? I mean, I was never more shocked, Mr. Speaker, when I heard that it was 250 of them. I thought maybe 100. And I don't know if they've all expired. I don't know what has happened to them. The minister might be able to answer that when he responds, but I have concerns. It is bad enough now, Mr. Speaker, that those holding companies are in this substance, because what is happening, people on work permits are creating holding companies, go and buy properties, by virtue of resolution of those companies, they go and open bank accounts. That's where we need to watch out for that terrorism and financing. That's where we need to keep our eyes open. And then they go in farming, which is the word we know that is one of the sources of terrorism financing. And I think you all think, Mr. Speaker, that we're immune from it? Don't for 1 second, Mr. Speaker, should anyone think that we are still back in the days when our grandparents pledged allegiance to the crown, to King George, and we were nice people like back then. We have opened our arms to people who are very capable of hiding who they are. Very capable. Mr. Speaker, you know, we used to have a man in East End who used to say, "What good for eat, not good for talk." The same way the government has to keep certain confidentialities and can't make certain utterances, so do I. I fall in that as well. And I've seen it, people in this country. I've assisted with it, people in this country that we don't know who they are. They can get new passport in their country. And I am not talking about those who are within short distance of the shores of this country. I'm talking about those from far away. Mr. Speaker, if Reagan said anything, well, that is profound. He said, trust, but verify. And they look you straight in the eye, and you don't know who they are. Many will call me what they may, but I make sure I stand on my shadow in the midday sun. That's precisely the amount that I trust. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the government, and especially when we go acquiesce to those people so that our people can live. Oh, how I wish, though, that I didn't have to do that. But I want us to be mindful of the possibilities, the probabilities of what can happen here. If we get, but more important than that, we need to stem the tide that is going on now. That's the one we need to shut out. I don't know who has these companies. You don't know. You hear people doing the developments and they're under house arrest all over the world, and the this and the that. Mr. Speaker, we need to put in a regime of regulation in this country and inspection, through something. We still, Mr. Speaker, wear our hearts on our sleeves. By and large, that's who we are. We trust people. Mr. Speaker, my used to be sometime friend is asking me to wrap up because Santa Claus is coming. Mr. Speaker, even as an adult, we believe in Santa Claus. We should never take that away from the kids in all of us. Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister just to address those matters with regards to the ILCCL. And I'm not saying we can affect it tonight through amendments or anything, but we need to address it. We need to seriously address this now. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll call it a move to the right to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank members for their tacit support and also the member from East End for his comments, and I'll try my best, being conscious of the time as well, to address some of his questions. Earlier in the evening, the member also made reference to Section 18 of the TB&L law, which speaks to exempted companies having trade and business licenses, and he's correct. Mr. Speaker, that is in the case where an exempt company wishes to have a local presence to conduct business in furtherance and only in furtherance of their overseas business, but not to conduct business locally. So it's a separate discussion. Mr. Speaker, the member is correct. There is, as of November 2018, 252 active LCCLs, or 252 current LCCLs. Not all of the LCCLs we know are active. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we know some LCCLs, the companies are now Caymanian controlled, but wish to remain under the LCCL regime. When I was deputy chairman of the LCCL, the Trade and Business License Board, many years ago, there was a company that became Caymanian controlled and wished to remain an LCCL, and there was an objections from competitors, and I remember that it went to judicial review and the company was allowed to remain under the LCCL regime even though it was Caymanian controlled. Pardon? So we know that there are LCCLs out there that are Caymanian controlled. We know that there are some that perhaps the projects or the business has not gotten started, but yet they continue to pay their fees. Referencing back to my time on the Trade and Business Licensing Board, that was also one of the concerns, was whether or not we should limit the time on the LCCLs, or at least if we issue an LCCL for a development, for instance, that we put time limits or we put conditions on there that they have to start the developments within a period of time and that they just can't sit and wait until the temperature, the economic temperature is right to start their developments. These are some of the things that we certainly can consider and would require a policy directive from the government. To speak to some of the other questions from the to the member from East End, the bulk of the LCCLs, some 132, are property purchases. Again, this is one of the opportunities for an exempt company that perhaps may wish to gain an LCCL to be able to purchase a building that they're in, or perhaps purchase a couple of condos and invest in real estate. There is also the property purchases, developers, and management of projects are the bulk of the LCCLs. 25 are financial services and commerce. 12 are airlines, shipping, or travel agent. And the rest are made up, and 17 are hotels. And the rest are made up of various different fuel, health, entertainment, I would assume, the cinema, etc., and telecoms, multimedia, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, As I mentioned earlier and as I listed out, the board is charged with a list of criteria that they have to go through in considering every LCCL application. There are instances that may be unique. We talked about LCCLs just to hold. Some people will get an LCCL to own maybe 2 condos, invest in 2 condos in the 7 Mile Beach, or to invest in the offices or buildings that they operate from. There's also perhaps circumstances I can think of, like publication companies that have an international agreement with a international telecom service, and they provide publications for them. And they want to operate locally on the island and operate here as part of their contractual agreement with the international company. There's also circumstances where, and the majority of the development ones are those on the development side, and I can reassure the member from East End that I don't see any construction companies listed as only having a, civil engineer, quantity surveyor, building contractor, and architecture, 6, a total of 6 in that category. So, on that point, Mr. Speaker, perhaps it is time for the government to take a policy decision and have a look at it. And I accept the members' comments, and I will certainly have a look at it and investigate and get further details and discuss with my government. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to say that and remind the general public and the local business community and members in this House that the purpose and intent of the Local Companies Control Law, Mr. Speaker, is to provide a level of protection for Caymanians from external competition for business activities that Caymanians have the expertise and the wherewithal to conduct. And Mr. Speaker, that includes these proposed amendments to the law. The amendments do not change the duties and the charge that the Trade and Business Licensing Board has been given to protect local Caymanian businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has carefully considered the amendments to the law and its impact on local business, and have had an in-depth consultation with major stakeholders in order to develop this bill. So I again thank the members for their tacit support, and I look forward to the passage of the bill. Thank you, sir.
Question is that the bill shortly entitled the Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018 has been given a second reading. The House will go into committee shortly after a 5-minute break. When I return, we shall go into committee. Yeah. Yeah, I put a question on the bill. Yeah, that did. Will all members please come back to the chamber? Committee stage. Calling all the members back to the chamber. Calling. They're either in the kitchen or smoking. The House is now in committee. Please be seated. With leave of the House, we, as customary, authorize the Honorable Attorney General to correct any minor errors in the bills. Clerk. Which one? This one. This one. We got amendment to that too. Okay.
The International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018. Clause 1, short titling commencement. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, functions of the authority.
The question is that clauses 1 through to 3 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The clauses 1 to 3 stands part of the bill.
Clause 4, requirement to satisfy economic substance test.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52.1 and 2, I, the Honourable Minister of Financial Services and Home Affairs, give notice to move the following amendments to the International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018. That the bill be amended in Clause 4 as follows. By deleting the words, quote, in or from within, end quote, wherever they appear in that clause, and substituting the word, quote, in, end quote. In subclause 7A, by deleting the words, quote, comma, and historically has been, comma, end quote. By inserting after subclause 7 the following clause, quote, 8, a relevant entity that is carrying on more than one relevant activity is required to satisfy the economic substance test in relation to each relevant activity, period, end quote.
The amendment has been duly moved. If no member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendments stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. Yeah. Clause as amended. Now is that clause 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 5, guidance. Clause 6, determination of whether economic substance test is satisfied.
Question is that clauses 5 and 6 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clauses 5 and 6 do now stand part of the bill.
Clause 7, requirement to provide information.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That the bill be amended in clause 7 as follows. In subclause 1B, by inserting after the words, quote, islands, end quote, the words, quote, and if so, comma, shall provide appropriate evidence to support that tax residence as may be required by the authority, end quote. In subclause 4, in paragraph J2, by deleting the word and where it appears for the second time in that paragraph, and by renumbering paragraphs L and K. I and K, sorry.
No, by renumbering paragraph L as paragraph
yes,
K.
sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's late. By renumbering paragraph L as K, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
The amendment has been duly moved. Is anyone wishing to speak? If not, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause.
The only question I have is, do we need to remove the semicolon after island? The only question I have is, do you need to remove the semicolon after islands if you're adding that new
Remember,
sentence?
we have given the Attorney General permission to do the usual cleanup, and that would be something unsubstantial, so. The question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clause 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All. One.
Clause 8, failure to satisfy economic substance test.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you,
Clause
Mr.
8.
Speaker. That the bill be amended in clause 8 in subsections 2, 4, 10, and 11 by deleting the word may and substituting the word shall.
The amendment has been duly moved. If no member wishes to speak, the question is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question is that clause 8 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 9, appeal. Clause 10, sharing of information. Clause 11, confidentiality. Clause 12, immunity. Clause 13, misleading information. Clause 14, offense by officers of a body corporate.
9. Question is that clauses 9 through to 14 stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the bill.
Clause 15, regulations.
So the question is that
No.
clause. Oh. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the bill be amended by deleting clause 15, subsection 3.
And what about adding the requirement of negative resolution by Parliament?
Honorable Premier, perhaps you need to.
If you delete clause 3, now we want to put in a new clause 3 that says these regulations are subject to negative resolution of Parliament.
Honorable Attorney General.
I just want to go back to clause
8.
8 a little bit, yeah. Sub 11. That may is being changed to shall as well, if I understand it, Minister.
She moves it.
Yes, Mr. AG, that was the recommendation put forward.
And the effect of that is that the Grand Court shall issue.
Make an order that they see fit.
No, I can't. You can't tell us to do that.
So what I say.
It has to be me.
And then the question is the clause.
Well, Mr. Chair, I certainly will defer to the Attorney General on that point. So if we need to revisit that clause,
Sorry.
Yes, this one. Question of the clause is amended, stand part of the bill. But when it speaks to it, the question of the clause is 15 as amended. That's what I thought. This is the.
Those are administrative.
so,
In sub 11, yeah.
Mr. Chair, for clarity then, defer, obviously following the advice of the Attorney General,
Right.
if we,
So for 2, 4, 10, that's fine.
yes,
But for 11, it has to be permissive. It can't be sharp.
to leave as is,
So it has to be may, yeah.
yes. As I said, I will certainly defer to our Attorney
I know
General.
that we usually,
So you can't direct the Grand
it
Court.
is the usual thing that we always use the word may. When I saw it, I thought it was something that was being asked of the government to do. Honorable Premier, once you don't have a problem with it with your people overseas, that's what I'm speaking to.
Mr. Chair, regardless of what problem we have with them, if the AG says we can't direct the Grand Court in that way, then we can't direct the Grand Court in that way. I accept his advice.
It's up to the government. I'm
Mi-
only the chair.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and I certainly, as I said, will also defer to the AG's advice on that, and if that's the advice of our learned Attorney General in the position of the Cayman Islands, the way it works, then I think that's what we have to go with. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure how we need to go back to, do we need to re-put to the vote?
Honorable Minister, if you're going to move that remove shall, then you do an amendment. The three will like. She has to do it. No, she has to do it. Honorable Minister, you have to ask for that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your guidance. Mr. Chair, I ask that the amendment that was previously approved be recommitted to this committee for subsequent, I guess, amendment and approval.
For the word to be deleted.
Yes, and if
Move the amendment over again and leave number 11 out.
there's a lot of people talking one time though, so let's make sure that.
Mr. Chairman, if this minister reads it over and take out and 11.
So, Mr. Chair, I, again, in accordance with provision of Standing Order 52(1) and 2, I, the Honourable Minister for Financial Services and Home Affairs, do give notice by moving the following amendments to the International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018 by removing the addition of subsection 11 pursuant to clause 8, and instead have that clause 8 be amended as follows by amending subsections 2, 4, and 10 by deleting the word may and substituting the word shall.
The amendment has been duly moved. The question is that the amendment to stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No, the ayes have it. The question is that clause 8, as amended, stand part of the bill. If there is any doubt here, we'll give the Attorney General who says that we can't. I thought it would be a good safeguard to do so. The next one, Clark. Yes. On Leader of Opposition.
I want to ask the minister to consider having deleted section 3 to reinsert a new section 3 that reads, regulations made under this law shall be subject to negative resolution of the Legislative Assembly.
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Chairman, the proposal, as I understood it, which started with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the concern was about Cabinet having the ability through regulation to create criminal offenses, which he said was objectionable, and that this is a power that should remain with the Parliament. And it was to that I was responding when I agreed off mic to go along with the suggestion about a negative resolution. The suggestion from the legal drafts person was that we could just delete that offending or provision, which is what is proposed now. I did not understand that there was a broader proposal for all the regulations to be subject to negative resolution. If I had understood it that way, I would have said we couldn't agree, because there are logistical issues involved which create problems in meeting the requirements in terms of time and timing for the European Union. the minister can best explain all of that because I don't have that kind of detail in front of me, but that is the principal reason. It was just, but we did accept the concern about the criminal offenses bit.
Is that amendment stand part of the clause? All those in favor, please say aye. Those
Aye.
against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The clause as amended stands part of the bill. Clause 15 as amended.
Clause 16, savings, transitional, and consequential provisions.
The question is that clause 16 stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the bill.
Schedule.
The minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the bill be amended in the schedule as follows. In the definition of the words Cayman Islands core income generating activities, by deleting the words, quote, in or from within, end quote, and substituting the word, quote, in, end quote. By paragraph C1, by deleting the word, quote, and, end quote, and substituting the word, quote, or, end quote. By deleting paragraph F1 and substituting the following subparagraph. 1, predicting or calculating risk or oversight of prediction or calculation of risk, semicolon. By inserting after the definition of the words, quote, parent company, end quote, the following definition, quote, pleasure vessel, end quote, has the meaning given to that expression by Section 2 of the Merchant Shipping Law 2016 revision, semicolons. In the definition of the words, quote, relevant entity, end quote, in paragraph C, by deleting the words, quote, whose business is centrally managed and controlled in the islands, comma, unless the company is tax resident outside the islands, end quote, and substituting the words, quote, comma, unless its business is centrally managed and controlled in a jurisdiction outside the islands, and the company is tax resident outside the islands, end quote. By inserting after the definition of the words, quote, schedule agreement, end quote, the following definition, quote, quote, seafarer recruitment and placement services, end quote, has the meaning given to that expression by the Maritime Labor Convention 2006, end quote. By deleting the definition of the words, quote, shipping business, end quote, and substituting the following definition, quote, quote, shipping business, end quote, means any of the following activities involving the operation of a ship anywhere in the world other than in the territorial waters of the islands or between the islands. A, the business of transporting, comma, by sea, comma, passenger or animals, comma, goods or mail for a charge, semicolon. B, the renting or chartering of ships for the purpose described in paragraph A, semicolon. C, the sale of the travel tickets and auxiliary ticket-related services connected with the operation of a ship, semicolon. D, the use, comma, maintenance or rental of containers, comma, including trailers and other vehicles or equipment for the transport of containers, comma, used for the transport of anything by sea, semicolon, or E, the functioning as a private seafarer recruitment and placement service, comma, but does not include a holding company business or the operating of a pleasure vehicle, semicolon, end quote. Vessel, pleasure vessel. Sorry, let me read that last sentence again, Mr. Chair. Comma, but does not include a holding company business or the operating of a pleasure vessel, semicolon, end quote.
The amendment has been duly moved. Is anyone speaking thereto? If not, the question is that the amendment to the clause stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the schedule. The question never is that the schedule as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
A bill for a law to provide for the economic substance test to be satisfied by certain entities and for incidental and connected purposes.
The title. The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it.
The Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018, Clause 1, short title and commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Companies Law 2018 revision, definitions and interpretation. Clause 3, amendment of Section 44, inspection of the register. Clause 4, amendment of Section 49, accounts and audits. Clause 5, amendment of Section 163, what companies may apply to be registered as exempted companies. Clause 6, amendment of Section 165, declaration by proposed company.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Mr. Chair, sorry, just for absolute clarity, I think that the
Which one?
Sorry.
This is
Amendment of Section 44, inspection of the register. Sorry, I heard you say 45. As long as you have 44, I have 44 written in mine, as long as you have number 3.
No, you said 44. Amendment of section
Yes.
44.
Okay,
And she said that, 44.
okay.
That's what I heard.
No problem, I just want to confirm. I heard 45, so I just want to confirm.
Okay. So, this one. The question is that clauses 1 to 6 do stand part of the bill. All in favor?
aye.
Those against? Clause as a is it 1 to 6? Clauses 1 to 6. Question is that clauses 1 to 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Yes. That's the belt and braces. I probably said that already. Those against? Clauses 1 to 6 stands part of the bill.
Clause 7,
11 o'clock at
amendment
night.
of Section 168, annual return.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 52, 1 and 2, I, the Honorable Minister for Financial Services and Home Affairs, give notice to move the following amendments to the Company's Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018. that the bill be amended by deleting clause 7 and substituting the following clause. The principal law is amended in section 168 by inserting after the words, quote, each exempted company, end quote, the words, quote, that does not hold a license to carry on business in the islands to which section 174 refers, end quote.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does any member wish to speak thereto? The question is that the amendment stand part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question now is that clauses 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All in favor? Those against? The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 8, repeal and substitution of section 174, prohibited enterprises.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that the bill be amended in clause 8 by deleting subsection 3 of the proposed section 174 and substituting the following subsection 3. An exempted company that holds a license to carry on business in the islands under any applicable law shall, from the date of issuance of such license, continue for all purposes as if incorporated and registered as an ordinary resident company under and subject to this law, the provisions of which shall apply to the company and to persons and matters associated with the company as if the company were incorporated and registered under this law, except as provided in section 7(1)(a), 8(1) and 4, 13, 1A, 26, 3A, 30, 3,
23,
26, 3A,
comma,
33, 31, 1, 41, 2, 42,
comma,
52, 166, 169, 175, or 252, 2, period, end quote.
The amendment has been duly moved. Does anyone wish to speak? The question then is that the amendment stands part of the clause. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The amendment stands part of the clause. The question is now that clause 8, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The clause as amended stands part of the bill.
Clause 9, amendment of section 239, limitation on rights of
Amendment 9?
Sorry. Clause 9, amendment of section 239, limitation and rights of dissenters. Sorry.
The question is that clause 9 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The clause 9 stands part of the bill.
We got 2 new clauses. So you can find a section that has new clauses, new clauses. New clauses. Yeah.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that the bill be amended by inserting after clause 2 the following clause. Quote, and this is the title, I guess, Amendment of Section 41 dash Annual List of Members and Return of Capital, comma, shares, comma, calls, comma, etc. 2A, the principal law is amended in Section 41(1) by inserting after the words, quote, exempted company, end quote, the words, quote, that does not hold a license to carry on business in the islands to which Section 174 refers, end quote, period, quote. I have another insertion, but do we vote on that one first before, or?
It's a new clause 2A, amendment of section 41, annual list of the members and return of capital, shares, calls, etc.
No. No, we're doing new clauses, and perhaps the Honourable Minister read the last new clause?
I read the first one, Mr. Chair, the 2A. Okay. But I wasn't sure if we needed to vote on that one first before I read the other one?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so
the question now is that this clause be read a second time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The clause is deemed to have been read a second time. The question now is that the clause be added to the bill as clause number 2A, and that the subsequent clauses be renumbered accordingly. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 2A is now added to the bill.
New clause 8A.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That the bill be amended by inserting after clause 8 the following clause. Quote, and this is the title, Amendment of Section 182A dash exempted company may apply to be registered as a special economic zone company. 8A, the principal law is amended in Section 182A1 by inserting after the words, quote, an exempted company, end quote, the words, quote, that does not hold a license to carry on business in the islands to which Sections 174 refers, end quote, period, quote.
So new clause 8A, amendment of section 182A, exempted company may apply to be registered as a special economic zone company.
The question now is that this clause be read a second time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The clause is deemed to have been read a second time. The question is that this clause be added to the bill as clause number 8A, and that the subsequent clauses be renumbered accordingly. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 8A is added to the bill.
A bill for a law to amend the Companies Law 2018 revision to make miscellaneous changes to the provisions relating to accounting records annexed companies and to provide for incidental and connected purposes.
Question is that the title do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The title stands part of the bill.
The Local Companies Control Amendment Law 2018, Clause 1, short titling commencement. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision, definitions and interpretation. Clause 3, amendment of Section 4, circumstances in which local business may be carried on. Clause 4, amendment of Section 5, provisions to be complied with by local companies. Clause 5, amendment of Section 7, return of shareholdings to be made before commencing business and annually. Clause 6, amendment of Section 8, allotment and transfer of shares. Clause 7, amendment of Section 9, directors may make inquiries. Clause 8, amendment of Section 11, granting and revocation of license. Clause 9, amendment of Section 14, company to supply information relating to control. Clause 10, amendment of Section 22, regulations. Clause 11, amendment of Section 26, offenses. Clause 12, general amendment.
Question is that clauses 1 through to 12 do stand part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Clauses 1 through to 12 stands part of the bill.
A bill for a law to amend the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision to provide for exempted companies carrying on business in the island and for incidental and connected purposes.
The question is that the title do stands part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. You report it now? You report it now. The question is that the bills be reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. The bills will be accordingly reported to the House. The House will now resume its sitting. Please be seated. The House has now resumed its sitting.
Report on bills. The International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018.
Honourable Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a select committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018, and it was passed with amendment.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for the third reading.
The Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018.
Honourable Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am to report that a select committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018 and it was passed with amendment.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for the third reading.
The Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018.
The Honourable Minister of Commerce.
Thank you, Speaker. I am to report that a committee of the whole House has considered the bill shortly entitled A Bill for a Law to Amend the Local Companies Control Law 2015 revision and it was passed without amendments.
The bill has been duly reported and is set down for third reading.
Third read.
Honorable the Premier. Seven. 47. 47.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 47 in order that the bill may be taken through 3 readings in 1 sitting.
Question is, the standing orders number 47 be suspended in order to take the...
Mr. Speaker, I should amend that to say that the bills, because there are 3 of them, may be taken through 3 readings in 1 sitting.
Question is that standing order number 47 be suspended in order to give the bills take the bills through all its stages. All in favor? Aye. Those against? Standing order has been suspended.
Third readings. The International Tax Corporation Economic Substance Bill 2018.
The Honorable the Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the International Tax Corporation Economic Substance Bill 2018 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill entitled the International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The International Tax Cooperation Economic Substance Bill 2018 has been read a third time and is now passed.
The Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018.
The Honorable Minister of Financial Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018 be read a third time and passed.
The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Companies Amendment Number 2 Bill 2018 has been read a third time and is passed.
The Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018.
Honorable Minister of Commerce.
Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for a Law to Amend the Local Companies Control Law 2015 Revision be read a third time and passed.
I'm nearly gone.
Question is that a bill shortly entitled the Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018 be given a third reading and passed. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The Local Companies Control Amendment Bill 2018 has been read a third time and is passed. The Honorable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this Honorable House sine die. But before I sit down, Mr. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of the government, to thank the opposition for agreeing to this meeting on short notice and to dealing with these important bills. I also especially want to thank the team from the Ministry of Financial Services and Legal Drafting for the incredible work that they have done, the commitment, the dedication that they have put in to getting us to this point. Words cannot begin to express my gratitude and indeed the gratitude of the nation, I believe. Mr. Speaker, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, even if for us in here it may not feel a lot like Christmas. And I just want to take this opportunity at this late hour, approaching 11:30, to, on behalf of the government, to wish all of our constituents and all the people of these islands a wonderful, blessed Christmas and a most prosperous New Year. For a more fulsome Christmas message, I think from all of us, one should tune in to Radio Cayman and CIG TV over the course of the Christmas period. I know it has been traditional for members to give constituents their greetings via this medium and from this chamber. But given the lateness of the hour, I hope we can all agree that on behalf of the government, I will do so as Premier, and on behalf of the opposition, the Leader of the Opposition will do so. Yes, and I know, Mr. Speaker, you would like so as well. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I should have mentioned earlier, thanks again to the private sector group, the 100+ individuals who assisted us with getting to this point with respect to the economic substance and the bill and the other related bills. They too have put in tremendous amount of hard work and dedication and demonstrated the same commitment to get us here. I think that is an excellent example of a public-private partnership if I've ever seen one. And so, again, Mr. Speaker, all the very best to all within the sound of my voice, and all the very best to all of my colleagues in this Legislative Assembly. Thanks also to the hard-working staff led by the clerk for the tremendous work they have put in over the course of this year, and for staying with us until so late again tonight.
The Leader of the Opposition has agreed to give.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's take the opportunity to wish all members of this House a Merry Christmas and a happy and a prosperous New Year. And we all trust that the actions we have taken today will lead to more prosperity next year. Also take the opportunity on behalf of the opposition to wish all Caymanians and residents a merry, blessed and joyous Christmas, but particularly our constituents, and also to the staff and to thank them for all their help during the year, particularly from my point of view with the help for the Public Accounts Committee and the work that we were able to achieve. So wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a happy and a prosperous New Year.
The member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to send my wishes to my constituency and the Cayman Islands, but before I do so, if you allow me just a quick moment to highlight the passing of a great individual in our community, Miss Maisie Ebanks, and I want to send my condolences on behalf of this whole honorable house. I know many of us in this house may know her. She was the brother of Mr. well-known JP, Louis Ebanks, and the mother of Miss Alex O'Neill. So that family may be going through some difficulties, so I ask us all to send our prayers on behalf of this honorable house to that family as they go through this difficulty. But that being said, to everybody, I wish you all a safe and happy and healthy Christmas, and don't be afraid to have the extra slice of cake for all of those who are listening. We can work it off next year. And Feliz Navidad, Maligayang Pasko, and happy holidays and Merry Christmas to everybody in the Cayman Islands.
Personally, on behalf of my wife and my family, I want to extend greetings to each one of you members and your families. And of course, I do so to all my constituents in West Bay and friends and supporters throughout our 3 islands. And of course, to the civil servants, all civil servants, but particularly those who are in the house tonight with us at this late hour. We pray for a good Christmas for each one of you. I want to thank those of you who came to my 39th seniors Christmas party on Saturday, and actually the first for my new constituency of West Bay West for that evening. This has been a busy year, a time when we have some successes and some disappointments as well. We recognize those that hurt for different reasons, and as good representatives, we try to help, but we can't help everyone. The coalition unity government, I consider, has been helping those individuals, many persons. Personal financial circumstances has improved because we have a better economic environment. But again, we still cannot cure all the needs in the country. I've always lived in hope, lived with hope, because I believe in a higher being, and that my God is always in control. And when needs arise, He will deliver. And I've always had the hope that things would get better. We live in a good country, and we must give God thanks for all He's done for us in the past year, and hope for all He will do for the year ahead. I don't know about all of you, but I've only spent one Christmas in my 63 years off this land. I just love my Cayman Christmas. But while we have our disappointments, I do brag a little bit. I have a brand new 8 pounds, 15 ounces baby boy. Grandson, that is, let me correct that. And there, too, is my hope for the future. I wouldn't spend Christmas anywhere else. As the old Jamaican festival song said, nowhere better than yard. So, amidst the evil of the world that exists, and some bad-mindedness in our own land, we look forward to the Christmas day, Christmas week with hope and respectful celebrations, knowing full well that things are already better. If I was in a singing mood, I would sing that song for you. Things are already better. We have just determined new legislation that will bring change. Let's continue to pray. Let's continue to hope. Let's continue to work together that God, in His mercies, will continue to guide and direct our ship of state, direct the corporate minds and our individual selves, so that we continue to build our nation in this new year ahead, and perhaps a new dispensation. I am called to repeat. I said to the man who stood at the gate of the year, give me a light that I may trade safely into the unknown, the reply, go out into the darkness and put your hand into the hand of God. That shall be better than light and safer than a known way. May all of you have a blessed Christmas, a safe Christmas, as we wish the same for all our people. The question is now that this Honorable House do stand adjourned. Sign a DA. All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Our Honorable Assembly stands adjourned.
Sue's hand went bolting up, so this I've got to hear, just in the middle. Thank you.